we get a little bit of criticism because we, some people feel that sometimes we apply too much salt in the sidewalk and the streets, but this time of year, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of choice. We sort of have to play it by ear. So it is one of those times where, there's going to be a lot of this back and forth. And, we'll do the best we can, but certainly for everybody, please, keep an eye out and make sure that, if there is an IC area or a spot, please give us a call. We'll make sure we get out there with the truck and take care of it as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Our first item on the agenda is the rental housing ordinance review. Everyone's had in a packet. Have you had a chance to review it again? All right. The portion, the reason for it being on here is that we had talked about our last meeting of moving it forward. Our passing it is to pass it to hearings. So then we would get to the public phase. Despite the fact that if any of you saw the email I sent, which is on S210, which is the state talking about how they want to handle rental housing, but I don't know how long that's going to sit in the Senate and get passed before it gets passed out. It could be all the legislative term. And in the meantime, we could move the process forward as we need to. And that was the point of having it on there. I saw S10 today after the LCT meeting on Monday. So comments, anyone want to make a motion? What would you like to do? Also,
I'll make a motion that we approve this for hearing.
I'll second it.
okay,
Hearing.
and discussion. I just want to say, you will see that the kitchen issue has been resolved. So that's been changed, so it won't, it's going to be there moving forward.
I read it and so there'll be a hearing.
Yes, we moving to public hearing.
So should I save my comments for that?
You can do them now too. I mean, we're just moving forward. It'll be in the list of things we'll have to look at, whether it has to, if this has to go back to committee before coming back out again.
Do
for
you know if
final
there's
say.
do you know if there will be a provision for redundancy if S210 does move forward?
There's nothing listed in this, but anything that the state supersedes us with, we would have to simply,
Right, we've been
Make ours
working
move.
with the state, Jeff, for a period of time on this memorandum of agreement, which is directly related to this draft ordinance. And the state's been very slow in responding, and I think they have been because they've been holding off on this reintroduction of their legislation for statewide. And again, Deb looked at it briefly, I looked at it briefly. It seems like part of the reason why they were slow walking it is there are some additional bodies and FTEs that they've asked for in this new legislation. So my guess is they want to see if they can beef up the state staffing and try to take over the whole process statewide with that additional manpower. If it fails, and I think they'll come back and they'll execute our MOA and we won't have any redundancy. We'll be the agency that will be doing the actual work.
there are things in S210 that are not included in ours. They cover things like mobile home park rentals. Rental of, if you're like subsidizing or when you mean subletting your mobile home. Also, it looks like B&Bs may be included in theirs, something that we're not looking at this point on the hours. So
There's
there's
a separate fee schedule in there as
a
well.
separate fee schedule. There are fines, a larger, also all documents on any housing violations would be considered public documents, which means they would be available to anyone to review, which is different than something we posted. So it's further, it's deeper, and I didn't even finish the rest of it because there's 26 pages I didn't get completed.
I didn't get through all of it either.
Yeah.
But those are the highlights that I saw. I guess the positive thing that's come out of your efforts here is that we have been able to get the state to commit inspectors in our town, specifically looking at properties that we're trying to work on with complaints or areas that we've had historic problems with. And so we've been able to coordinate the state inspector every week to 10 days to come down and at least spend, half a day, which is at least 3 or 4 inspections on some of these problem places, which has been very helpful. So, and they're going to continue to do that. So even though our legislation is taking some time and the state's going to take some time, it has spurred some activity that I think is beneficial. And so I think that in and of itself has been a positive move forward. We've been able to get into some places and start some rectifying some problems on some of these properties that have been really kind of a problem. So that is a positive going forward.
Further conversation on this motion? Yeah, okay. Everyone having the motion in mind, moving this to hearings, although in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, then that's the next process, the next step is setting that up. All right, second item on the agenda is the sludge dryer organics contract.
Thank you. So as a little update before we get into the specifics of the deal or the agreement, rather proposed RMI agreement. We did get our final approvals from the state of Vermont for biosolids for Vermont. So now we have the ability to take our material in-state as well as to New Hampshire. So we have 2 approvals. So that was good news. We just got that notification on Monday. So we're permitted, which is great. So that was a very positive, as we talked last time, we were still in that 30-day environmental review and notice process. And so we are now fully permitted in both states for disposal.
I know that at least a couple of us had some specific questions about how much the RMI contract is actually going to cost us on an annual basis.
Mhm.
At least an approximation, knowing that some of the things may not become necessary.
I think there's a couple things that when you look at on the contract itself, one of the concerns that we had was the amount of testing that we have to do. That's going to be a continuing issue for us because again, as a condition of our compliance, there are some testing requirements. So I think one of the things that as we go forward, we're going to have to maintain obviously is our we want to continue to maintain those approvals. So we're going to have to maintain a pretty aggressive testing schedule and compliance schedule, which is a big part of this. I think the offsetting costs, which we're pleased with, is they also now will replace Casella in terms of any disposal, wet or dry. So if we run into a period where we can't operate the dryer and we have a wet disposal that we have to take care of, that's covered under this contract, and we won't have to pay the additional fees right now. I think we're paying $350 a month to Casella for just keeping the container on site as a backup. And then when they haul, we have to pay additional money for each time that we haul that material as well. So that would produce some immediate savings, plus I think some longer term savings that we were all appreciative of with the new dry product. So that's going to be an offset to some of this contract cost as well.
And we do have, according to this, $6,000 a year.
Right.
At the minimum.
Yes.
That's what it is, unless we don't have to add on for additional.
Does that cover testing?
Covers the testing.
Testing.
Okay.
So, and again, I'm happy with so far, both of our permitting organizations have been fairly reasonable with our ongoing testing requirements. So I don't see that as a big burden. I don't think they're going to come back and make us do any type of additional. So I think those numbers are pretty solid.
Where do we stand with regards to the storage of the Class A byproduct?
So right now we do have, we are still putting it in the bags, and then we put the bags out under cover, and then there are farmers and various people who have been coming to do the pickup. I just gave you some brief sketches on some options to look at for a longer term solution where we could build a kind of a dry storage system, and then that would also then be able to load into people's trucks, and then they can haul the material directly out of our facility, kind of like we do with our septage when we give them the access to, come after hours and deliver septage, and then, they're billed obviously for the amount of materials that they leave behind. So we're developing that with the goal of having that submitted through the state ARPA funding, because we think it makes a lot of sense. It seems to meet some of those requirements. I was holding off on trying to commit any of our particular ARPA funds until we could at least get through the state process and see if that one would be eligible. We have some preliminary costs and we're working on with the engineer to do a submittal on that. So I'm hoping to have that information at least up to date so that when we get into the budget discussions later on in the early spring, I'll have something that we can hone in on for that. Earlier, Jiggs and I had a brief conversation. He was concerned about what are our potential areas of concern if we go forward with our arrangement with RMI and just looking at the operations in general. And I think there are two things that we're still somewhat concerned about. I think one of them is we have to get that building flood proofed, and it is again part of our schedule of capital. That's also part of that storage and disposal long-term processing. We have to really install some floodgates around the doors and thresholds and make sure that if we do have another flooding event, which we've had fairly recently, that it doesn't get in there and wipe out all the electrical and all of this equipment, which would put us out of commission for a substantial period of time. So that's a real concern short term until we can get that thing flood proofed, get that building flood proofed. And I think again, those are ARPA eligible from a statewide funding, and we're going to try to submit for those as well as part of the ARPA process. I think our other concern about vulnerability is we still don't have a complete domestic source for every part that we're trying to stockpile. So we have blowers and we have other electrical equipment that we can source domestically, but we're looking at some of the belts and some of the other mechanical pieces that we think we have domestic options for, but we have not been able to get specific contract or specific suppliers identified yet so that we can have that directly available if we had a major problem of some sort. So we have spare parts. We feel pretty comfortable that even if we had some kind of mechanical failure or other failure, we could bring ourselves back up into operation quickly. But we want to maintain that database of domestic options, because we certainly don't want to be dependent upon trying to get them internationally and trying to source things from China to try to do long-term types of maintenance on the machine. So those are our two principal concerns that we're looking at as we go forward with this project.
Further discussion? Okay, I entertain a motion
I
to,
think we already.
Did we
approved
do
the
a motion?
contract. Didn't we approve the contract at the last?
Well, we approved the purchase of the
Of the-
equipment. I think this
the
you
dryer.
guys wanted
This
to
is-
see the contract specifics
Right.
just so that we had a chance to
RMIs.
review it.
okay,
Correct.
so we need a motion for this.
It would be
Alright.
helpful, I think, to do it. as
I'll
a
make
separate-
the motion then that the Bellows Board of Trustees approve the agreement to provide biosolid recycling services between the Bellows Village Corporation and Resource Management Incorporated.
Doesn't have to include and have them, and the manager, having the manager.
Oh, and to
sign.
authorize the manager to sign any and all documents related to the agreement.
Need a second.
Second.
Thanks. All right, any further discussion on the motion?
So it looks just like, I should probably ask earlier, the transportation cost, if there is, it's $600 a load. That's in addition to the $6,000, correct?
If we're hauling wet.
If we're hauling wet.
Correct.
Okay. That's good.
And that's only,
Yes.
so far we've been able to keep ourselves up and running. We have not hauled any wet material for a significant period of time,
Great.
which has been very good. Yeah, it's been excellent.
Okay, all right, then all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, we're good. Next item on the agenda is the ARPA process review.
Thank you. So I've got Gary down here, but before he jumps in, our friends at the Department of the Treasury sent us a little January love note. These are the final
The final?
the final rules, not the interim final rules, which we talked about through the fall and the early winter. We have now the final rules, and they cut them down from 150 pages down to, I don't know, maybe 50 pages.
That's
So,
significant.
So far, it seems like a good thing. I have not gone through all of it, to be real honest with you, but it does appear that it's a little more reasonable than when we started. So that was good news. And just as a couple of FYIs, just for the board's information, because there's a lot of dates that sort of float around with this ARPA process. So just to be clear, any ARPA funds that we currently have in our possession, which we have received the 400 and some odd thousand already, it's obligated in a separate fund, has to be obligated by you as an appropriation by 12/31/2024. So we have a substantial amount of time still to actually obligate the money. Then after that, we have to have the money expended by 12/31/2026. So we are in a window here of substantial amount of time. So while it's obvious that, we want to put the money to work and we think there's lots of good projects and opportunities, it's not that we're under the gun to try to obligate money and have it spent before we have a pretty reasonable amount of time to do that. So sort of with that in mind, we decided, and Gary and I worked with a process to try to get more public input and develop a pretty intensive process so that we can meet some of the requirements of the rules, the interim rules, as well as the final rules, and that is this idea of public participation and input. So that's a brief introduction. Before we get into this schedule, I think Gary had some other material he wanted to update the trustees with.
So not quite as dense as my usual handouts. This is the state's, the state has assigned the Vermont League of Cities and Towns to guide the ARPA process. And this is kind of their, the overarching principles they're looking to go by. So while it's, you folks are the ones that actually decide what to do with the money and assign it, they're really looking for a robust public process to be part of good governance, leveraging ARPA aid, and investing in best uses for long-term recovery. So at any rate, that's why we're going after this this process that's in the handout. And so the organizations listed on that first line, that's just kind of a guideline. That's not comprehensive, just gives you an idea of the outreach. But in the schedule, the first public engagement session would be on March 16th. And we would be having outreach to all of the organizations before that, so they have time to work with their members and discuss ARPA, the types of goals that the legislation, what the funds are intended for. And so identify projects in their purview that they feel like meet, so that to provide input to you folks, to the boards. And at this public session, all of those projects will be presented to the group, kind of like a charrette, but more project oriented as opposed to design oriented. And also an opportunity for individuals at the meeting to present projects as well. And look for synergies, talk about the projects and how they meet the items in the conceptual framework or not. Just help everyone have a better understanding of projects and how they interface with ARPA. And then the output of that meeting will be organized into a report back. And that will be, that report back will be presented at your joint meeting on March 29th. To you folks, just short presentation, understand what that initial public input was. And then there's, during that time, staff is also going through the projects and rating them against the different eligibilities. And of course, Bellows Falls has much greater level of eligibility than Saxons River or Rockingham. So, so with the consultants, we'll be sorting all of that out for the second public engagement process. With the full scope of projects, presenting them to the community, and having some type of a prioritization exercise. And a couple of things that this does, it provides you folks with a sense of all of the project ideas that the organizations who do volunteer work in the community, community work or economic work, all of the ideas that they have for projects that they're looking in their futures for, you know, the next decade. And it also, well, a lot of the projects, you know, may not be, you may not have an interest in using ARPA funds for them. It's helpful for you to know what's, for all of us to know what's out there in the community, what the intentions are, what people want to do for projects, and what kind of synergies we can have in the work that we do. So that's kind of the basic, the outline and the goals of what we're looking to do by structuring this public process. So that second public engagement process would be April 13th. And then the results of that will be put together in a final report that, that comes to the boards by May 24th, so that you have them to, you know, to look at and digest before the joint board meeting on May 31st, where it would be an agenda item.
And truly, what we're trying to get from this process is not to give you a, it's not a required list as much as it's a, I think it's a wish list from a wide variety of places. And a prioritization of that so that the board has a chance to engage as many voices as they want before they get into the specific priorities that the board might have that might be very different from what the public process identifies, but it doesn't obligate you to those. It certainly, it helps us meet the compliance requirements of the money and how we spend it. And so it requires a little patience in order to get through it, but I think when we're done with it, we still have plenty of time, I think, to absorb the opportunities that ARPA presents us, and then have an opportunity to come back to this board and say, well, what are your priorities? How would you like to spend this money or invest this money? Because I look at it as an investment. It's really not something to be spent. I think it's one of these opportunities for us to make some really smart investments in the community. So that's I think a pretty sound approach, and it's going to require a little bit of time in order to get there.
I have a lot of specific concerns, so I'd like to see the rest of the board bring up questions in the discussion.
Well, initially, it mentions here the associates. What's the cost involved with that?
The cost for that contract is being absorbed by the trustees, and I think it's about $10,000 around that.
I mean, we're paying for that?
The town is, it's in the town plan.
Oh, you
I'm
said
sorry.
trustees.
I
That's not what you meant to say.
I was
Okay.
looking at that.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the select board. My apologies.
And then the other item is you mentioned the dates here, joint meetings. The majority of this money, well, the part that's coming to the Village of Bellows Falls. We also have the village meeting coming up. So I think that is a little bit significant that ought to be involved in some form or fashion in here.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, we decided not to put it on for the informational meeting for the select board, which is the end of February, just because of the formatting with the Australian ballot. It didn't feel like that was going to be interactive enough to where we could focus on it on a specific night.
Okay.
It was really,
No, that's understandable. I'm just
Yeah.
curious because
so
We're talking
we can
dates and
certainly add
stuff.
it. The more input, the better in terms of going forward. So.
Jeff, do you have anything? James, do you have anything?
Well, my first reaction was much ado about, you know, the I mean, it's not a lot of money in the scope of it. And and of course, the trustees have the biggest pool. I mean, the town's pool is actually smaller than the village's pool. And I think there's the most difficult thing is this, whatever this ARPA eligibility criteria is, and committing this money and the type of thing. So I think to the extent that we can provide the public prior to any kind of meetings with guidance on that. Okay, for example, I mean, let's face it, one of the big deals recently has been the YMCA building. Okay, so there's a lot of interest out there to renovate buildings or save buildings or something like that. And to the extent that that's a doesn't meet the ARPA guidelines, that would be a huge value to have that communicated to the public so that we don't waste a lot of time on things that really shouldn't be brought up, that aren't eligible. And so I think that the more that you can do and Gary can do, et cetera, to give the public prior to meetings this input, the better. The other thing is, given the COVID flare, now we're in early January. The first meeting is 2 months from now. I put a question mark around the food thing. I mean, I don't see this as a picnic type of thing. I would much rather have it be a business session where people that had an idea were given 10 or 15 minutes to present the, like
Gary and I
Shark
talked
Tank.
about that, and maybe I'll give you my thoughts onto why I thought maybe food might be helpful. We have our meetings at 6 o'clock, and we've all been through this when we've had young families. 6 o'clock at night when you have a young family is probably the hardest time of the day to try to get away and go to a public meeting. If you're a young family in Bellows Falls, right, you've got school-age children, you're involved in about 15 other things. And so we thought if there was at least an opportunity for people to get something to eat, we might get some participation from folks who just aren't going to be available on a regular basis at that time of evening, just because of where they are in life. So that was the thought behind that.
And I think it's a good thought, except for the COVID. And I think
There is
that's
some concern about that.
it's more of the COVID issue than it is the
Sure.
food issue. I think, and you got to play it by ear, obviously,
Right.
as we get further along. But
Maybe we're being optimistic, thinking we'll be done.
Did you have something else?
Well, yeah, I think it's a great idea, the food part. There are ways to deal with that with COVID. Basically, I've been involved with a couple recently. There are, whether it's them catered style, nice compact styrofoam containers or heavier, I wouldn't call it cardboard, but a paper container, not styrofoam, where I've been to a couple of events where they've had that, and that's met the concern of COVID. So I think it's a great idea. You bring people together, you're able to share a meal, you're able to communicate. And I think that's pretty nice. I like that idea. One of my concerns, and I'm glad to see it here, was stuff that would not impact or create future budget deficits. Something that's self-sustainable would be preferred, but something that, from our standpoint and a resident standpoint, would be something that doesn't impact the tax rate where, okay, we've paid for this, but now we've got to sustain it by increasing revenue through an increased tax rate. So I think I like, and some of this framework here, that's nice.
That's helpful, yeah. Wait, did you have something?
I had a couple of questions. So just from my memory, how much are we getting total? Isn't it 800,000 something?
I thought this was just phase one, 448.
Correct.
The
And then we
first-
get another
first
tranche-
phase.
We get another tranche of money coming out.
Right, so do we have an idea about what the total is
It's
supposed to
been
be?
estimated it could be another 400 roughly.
880.
It could
The
be
total,
880 in
total amount for the village is
So
880.
And keep in mind,
so my question is this process, does that cover both timeframes for the allotment of money, or we don't know that yet? You know, do we have to go through this again for round two?
No,
This is for.
For the total amount,
this
okay.
will qualify for any money.
Okay, so when we get the second round, if whatever that might be,
Right,
this part will be done, so we're filling, I didn't know if we had to go through it
Right.
again.
Yeah.
It
I
was-
mean, I know the
Keep it-
440 is already in the bank, that's why I'm a little hesitant to say we're gonna get the second
Right.
440.
Okay.
Until it's transferred in, I get a little nervous that we're actually gonna get
So Scott, where does that county portion figure in? Because we get about 200,000 to the county, is that correct or not?
That's in the 880.
That's in
Right,
the,
That's in the,
Okay.
yeah.
because our original amount was a little less than that,
Yes.
Yes, it
before they
was.
figured out the county issue.
Right.
My other question is, so where, just, I guess it could be any time, but where does the trust, in this case, the village trustees fit into this? Where you solicit, are we one of the organizations you solicit from,
Yeah, so you have the.
like
the
individually or
opportunity-
as a group?
Sure, you have the opportunity to put in projects. You could talk about it at a meeting if you wanted. That would be up to you. How each organization could decide what they want to do. If they want to have a meeting, brainstorm, submit things. You, by definition, the results of these come to you.
Right.
And you chew on that and can add to it.
Yeah, right,
And put your thoughts in. So that happens, that comes to you twice, plus then at the final report as
Yeah.
well.
okay. I just didn't see like up here any local government bodies.
Yeah, I didn't
listed.
target any of the elected meetings specifically, because that's your purview at any point in time. You can
Right.
add it to any agenda at any point if you really wanted to.
But this inevitably is left up for the portion that the village would be receiving, is left up to the board of trustees for the decision on how to.
The appropriation decision is 100%
Yeah.
a village trustee decision.
Although
And
that's
I-
not how it looks. It looks like the town of Rockingham is mixing the village money from the village of Bellows Falls and the
Well,
village of Relaxing River.
Let me say, that's where I want to go. Because I know Jim has asked us in the past. We've got into this discussion or debate about development, who's responsible for development, what we've already contributed, what we felt for development wasn't our obligation, but we did. So I understand that the town has less monies in here than we do. But it has to be a collaborative project for something that benefits the village, and it's looking like it's gonna have to be collaborative to benefit all. So, I mean, we may have other priorities. I know, Deb, you've talked about solar panels and,
And we have
Solar generation.
infrastructure already. We
right, we're
have
our own
Our
infrastructure.
water system and our wastewater system, those are both significant infrastructure that takes us into the future.
Right.
Those are concerns to me. If I want to go down the list, number one, we've already done this process in late 2019, where we did the community visit and we had all those meetings that gurgled on for a couple of months, came up with priorities based upon the same types of players, or you want to call them stakeholders, with a lot of ideas about what their wish list of what they would like to have done. That I do not believe that that's necessarily the best use of the money. But that's me, I'm one person. Two, I'm not agreeing with necessarily mixing the town of Rockingham's money with the village of Bellows Falls and village of Saxons River, because number three, we have infrastructure. We have significant needs, but the way this is based, this is sort of like mixing it all together. It's not individual projects. Wait a second, let me finish, please. And I have some concerns that waiting till the end of May, we could be a totally different board. I'm just letting you know that things could move in a different direction by the end of May, when the village trustees might have an opportunity, or just say, give up their power and let the town do whatever they want to do with it in that concern. The development, I mean, I understand that everybody wants something, but I also understand that we need to make sure that we're doing the best for our taxpayers and that we're doing what we can to sustain it. So we're not going to have projects that become burdens down the road, because every one of these nonprofit organizations has something they'd like done, but that isn't necessarily the purpose of the municipality receiving the money, not
Right.
necessarily.
Oh,
And if they have big ideas and the village trustees didn't agree to spend the money on that, well, we piss a bunch of people off. There's another concern about that. Giving them house, that won't happen. do we even have, we don't even have, because we haven't fully
Well-
understood what's available for usage, what we think would be appropriate use of $880,000. And so I just want to say that there could be a lot of conflict, and it could be very critically a problem, because at the end of the community visit, there was some concerns
Right.
that none of the things that they wanted are moving forward. And I don't know, I guess,
Well-
the last thing I want to say is that I'm not necessarily a believer in sustaining a bunch of older buildings as the use of this kind of money. And I like to sustain historic buildings, but I prefer that it was done through private ownership as opposed to municipal ownership. And I guess that's all I have to say.
No, I hear you, and I think my colleagues here hear you also. What I think I think I'm pretty impressed with what we've had with with the village manager so far,
Mhm.
for the way that we've gone about, or he's gone about things. What I'd like to see is to make sure that, again, I think there's gonna be a lot of credibility given to this board of trustees, or whoever sits here after that May election or whatever, of how these monies are spent. If we have projects that we've wanted to do for years, or we've expressed an interest in, regardless of the input, it's good to be transparent, but our obligation is to the village with those funds.
Mhm.
What I wouldn't want to see, and I think that the foresight is there, Mr. Pickup, is that we know, and he's been around long enough now to know what we need to hopefully get done for other projects, whether it be infrastructure, water, sewer, or otherwise, that whatever board is sitting here after this money is spent, say, for example, we don't all of a sudden see an increase in the water and sewer bill because we could have used this money for that, but spend it on something else for whatever improvements. I mean, I want to hear what everybody has to say also, but I mean, I want to make sure that the integrity of the village, as far as what we might contribute to any development in the village of Bellows Falls, benefits people of the village of Bellows Falls.
Well, I think having the trustees be the voting party will ensure that, and it's our responsibility to listen to all the citizens and take that into account. So I'm not concerned about it at all.
Well, I do have that concern, because when you get down to projects and the town's priorities become different than ours, and they don't have enough money to cover it. That is a concern. Let me also say, as a school district director, they're not asking anybody's permission in the community to spend millions of dollars, in which they have somewhere in the vicinity of $20 million to spend in our school district, and they haven't had any public hearings. They're also not, we haven't been quite totally transparent about all the money that's being spent in the school district on the ESSER funds, which are the same thing with a different name for the school district.
I don't want to pick on you, and I don't want to say anything bad, but from what I read a little bit in the paper, looks like there's a lot of people jumping ship.
Well, they are, and there was a good reason, and I wish they'd left sooner. Gary?
Yeah, so, all really, really good points, and, we hear them clearly. And I did not do a good job of clarifying those pieces of the process in an attempt to be short or concise, but the process of working with the consultants, like there's a step in there where you see it says project organization call. So that team, which is some staff, like Scott, myself, and a trustee, a select board member, and possibly a member from one or two of the organizations, goes through all of the projects with the consultants and rates them for, the most important premise is no one's suggesting that the funds are mixed together. They're totally three separate pots of funds, three separate decisions, three separate projects. If in the process, you decide to do a project jointly with someone, that's a separate issue. They're not going to be presented that way. So each project will be broken out by the team with the consultants. This one is in Bellows Falls. It is eligible for a Bellows Falls project if the trustees want it. This is in Saxon's River. It wouldn't even be considered under the Bellows Falls projects. This one is rural Rockingham. The only one that's going to consider that is the town. One's in Bellows Falls, the town may consider participating in, whether you do or not by themselves. They don't they're not mutually exclusive, but there will be 3 individual pots of money. Each project will be identified as if it's eligible for only one of them or for 2 of them. And that doesn't mean the pots are mixed together, just that either of you could consider those projects. So that's a really important distinction that I didn't put out there, was the piece in the process where we do break them out by funds, and where you have the input as part of the organization team. And, you know, Scott and I, when we were talking about that, that was really important to us. And I guess it's 2 months away, so we haven't done that part, but Scott asking one of you and one of his select board members to be on the project team is part of the process. There's a lot of little details along the way that's why it's not starting until March to get that stuff sorted. The piece that Jed was describing about, or I'm sorry, Jigs was describing about making sure people know what the ARPA guidelines are. We want to, you know, there's this nice 40-page summary, but it is a summary, and the full rules thing is like 450 pages. We want to make sure we do a good job of boiling them down and understanding them, and relaying the details to the public clearly. So that piece will happen before the sessions. And there was another really good point that, so not setting up the boards to be burned. I mean, all the work that I see Scott do in the community, he so supports you guys and keeps, you know, the worst thing in the press used to be like all the bad press that would come out about how, you know, internal workings are. And things have been so good this past year about positive press, how you guys work together. And so one of you folks said this earlier, but so he has the skill. You're not going to be set up to be burned by the community. So it is good for me to hear. I don't always think about those things, and so setting expectations. We'll make sure we double down on the expectations we set with this as we're having the sessions.
I mean, I hear Debbie, I hear it clearly. Initially, from the get-go here, what I started thinking about, and then we're talking about, I think about wants, and then I talk about needs and necessities. There's a lot of things I'd want, but a few things that jump first out at me in reference to the village. You know, we've talked about some solar panels, solar power. I know that's one of Deb's things that she's highlighted a lot. But a couple of things that jump right out at me. We've talked about a Sally port, and that costs money. We've talked about, we got an elevator that has an issue. If we, you know, if we have to fix any of that infrastructure, I want us to be mindful of that so that it doesn't burden us in the future in the event we have funds now to. And I'm sure you guys have the foresight to be able to highlight that for us.
Well, thank you for your trust in that. Because one of the important points that they talk about in the ARPA process is take your time and understand it, because a lot of things can be funded by other programs. And ARPA is really flexible money that you want to make sure you're funding it with things that aren't other programs that you fund.
Right.
So we want to be careful about that. But also just to finish up, I only had one more point in response to the concerns was the community visit. That is a really valid concern too. However, the community visit was about the culture of the community, how we perceive our assets. What are the question was, what are the 3 issues that we want to address in the community? That's what we put out to the public. That drove who showed up and then what the results were. So in our public information here, this is about ARPA funds, it's about projects, it's about investment and spending money. So very different group of people, and it's not really fair to you to leave out people who are concerned with investment and use the input for people concerned with the issues. So anyway, there is a little bit of a difference, and so I just wanted to say it's really good to hear your input, because we'll double down on making sure that we have all those pieces addressed up front.
I do want to say that I think the Zoom aspect is probably going to be needed and applied to other pieces of this public process. because with the people's concerns over, over COVID and Omicron and so on and so forth, it might drive some people to stay home, even though they would prefer to be available unless we make sure that's a piece. I don't think, just in general, I don't think that any meeting should occur in the 21st century now without a hybrid component, because it's so necessary in order to get the greater input from the community. It makes it easier for them, for families that are home feeding their kids can still participate in the meeting by coming in on Zoom or by watching Fact TV, but they can't respond. If they wanted to speak, they still need to be on the hybrid meeting. I think that's really important that we keep including that, and not just in the mid meeting you have in the process here, that it has to be a component of the rest of it, in order to make sure that, and yeah, they may not be able to eat anything, even though I'm not necessarily, I am concerned that having meals also makes the time larger too. Yeah, people are eating, they aren't just gonna be talking, so you've got a longer period of time for meetings to drill down to the things that need to get done. My other thing that I just wanted to bring up as we're going into this is that the House has a bill, it's 518, which finally maybe someone will finally listen and say, municipal buildings need to get off fossil fuels, and they have a date by which they want us to get off fossil fuels. It's H 518 in the House. It's to allow for monies to do energy audits of municipal buildings to get us off, I think by, I don't know if it's 2030, maybe, I can't remember the exact year, but it does state in the bill that they want us off of fossil fuels. And again, like I've said for many years, the tone at the top will make a difference to the public. If you want more people to get off fossil fuels, you have to show them you can do this. And we have lots of opportunity to do it, we just never put any money into it.
And I probably shouldn't say anything, but I'm going to.
Oh, let's not get into this.
There's a lot of things with
Come on,
fossil
this is-
fuels. I just had a friend who's talking about getting a Harley that's electric, 125 cruising miles. You know, when I rode or did stuff with a snowmobile or whatever,
Electric.
I did a couple of 125 miles in a couple of hours, or, and look at the interstate, being devil's advocate.
Okay,
Don't work for it does work for everything. I'm just saying it's
Moving
movement
along.
forward. Okay,
moving along.
all right, so is there any further discussion
Just
on
one
the?
other
Yeah.
comment on this.
Mhm.
I mean, if I remember hearing you correctly, much of this here is structured to be in compliance with getting the funds.
Well, it'll be, the funds are going to be here. The
Right.
issue is going to be when they audit our expenditure and how we
Right,
spend
to
our
show
money.
that many of
They
these
want to
steps
see
were-
a very robust public
Right,
process.
half of it's here already,
So,
sitting in a separate account.
yes,
So
that will be one of the issues. It's a compliance issue for
Yeah,
sure.
so,
you could have a project, for example, where there's like an 80-20 match, and this is still applicable to that?
100%.
Really? Wow, okay.
That's good to know.
We're going to try to, and again, the state has ARPA money, as we talked about earlier. We're trying to drive some of our capital investment in our water and sewer infrastructure through that state process so that we can hopefully double down and
Yeah.
and be able to use some of our other monies for other priorities.
So you can maximize it.
And they're encouraging
Leverage.
Right.
Leverage.
Yep.
I don't want to double down.
Leveraging,
Dick doesn't like to gamble, so we'll
So
leverage.
leveraging, yeah, leveraging. All right, if we're done with this, thank you for all your work, Gary and
Thank you, Gary.
Scott. And moving on to item number 4 is the 2022 passive application for the Axon cameras, which we've been talking about for a while.
So first of all, thank you to Wade for just he was very timely in his inquiry about the project and the process. And so we are now at the point of the new project year. So we have an application that we would like to put in for very specifically for an area that we think would qualify based on the grant requirements. And that is for the cameras that will be monitoring specifically the interview rooms and the prisoner, and any of the prisoners who might be in a cell. And obviously what the BLCT passive is looking for are ways to reduce liability. So most of your claims for any types of abuse or use of force or other types of complaints, these having a video system there and the ability to maintain that will, I think, give us greater confidence that going forward, we don't have any concerns or complaints or problems with that. So I think it's well within the guidelines of the grant. And I think it's something that we'd like to move forward and see if we're eligible.
So is there any match? If you get this, do we have to?
It's just a
any matching
straight, they
funds?
just give you a straight grant, depending upon how much
Okay.
our premiums are. It could be 6,000, it could be 10,000. So the max is 10,000. I think we'll qualify for, I believe, with what we were paying, I think we'll be in the 6,000 range.
Okay.
I don't think we're at the max. So
If you can get all
you
10.
think we can get all
I
10?
believe so. But I thought he was gonna do,
Right so far.
I thought he was gonna do the body cameras.
These were.
That's what I initially.
We already
approached him
had the
about.
pricing on these, so that's why if we wanted to get it in, because there is a time factor to it, as we
Yeah.
described, it was important to get it in sooner rather than later.
I think this is a good way to do it. And
So-
body
So we're
cameras,
still
I
waiting
think-
to see if the
it's
state
still
and the
a-
feds are gonna
wait.
handle body cameras.
I
mean,
keep
it's-
hoping that
it
they'll
don't
come up
matter.
with a program with that and
Either
help
way.
us to do that
No.
separately. I agree with Deb on that. I still think there'll be money coming for that.
Yeah, so it's still early and they haven't done anything with it. So
So do we need a motion?
do we need a motion for this
It
grant?
would be nice to have because it is an appropriation and therefore we'll have it in the minutes.
Okay, Jake.
I'll move that we apply for this PACIF grant that would provide cameras at our police station.
Need a second?
Seconded.
Any further discussion on the camera? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, there you have it. Next item is the cyber threat update from the water department.
So I don't normally give these to you. We get these security advisories pretty constantly, and most of them are reminders. This most recent one that I'm sharing with you is a little more targeted and intensive. So based on that, went to our SCADA provider for the whole system and said, there was a whole checklist of items that they wanted you to verify that you were doing to really make sure that you're protecting your system. So I went to both of our SCADA providers and said, you need to go through this checklist and make sure, you know, that we can work on this so that we're as protected as we can be. And the water system came back and there were some concerns. We do have some older PCs out of the water plant. They are a Windows 7, so they don't have all the protections as a Windows 10. They needed some other updates to go with trying to get rid of internet access and phishing and some of the other types of ways that they were very specific about in this threat. So I asked they are going to do some updates out there. They're going to have to update some of the equipment as well as some of the programming. So you'll see a little bit of expenditure out there in the water fund in order to accommodate that. So that's why I wanted to bring this specifically to your attention, to make sure that when we get that as a follow-up, you'll understand what the real concern was. When we're done with that upgrade, we'll be 100% compliant with everything that came through on this advisory. So I felt good about that. And so ultimately, I think it was money that we needed to spend. This was sort of because of the intensity of this specific threat, it sort of pushed up our investment to make sure that we are as compliant as we can be.
That's good.
How soon will this be done?
They've started the work.
They have-
So, yeah, I wanted to start with the specifics on it, so it's already started. I'll report to you when it's complete.
Because it didn't occur to me that you had some independent computers at the water system, but I should have realized. I mean, I know we've had some cyber issues once or
They're
twice over the last several years in the town hall, but it didn't occur to me, you know,
Yeah,
how
this one,
how it's being done out there in the water department.
we get lots of these alerts, and most of them are pretty set standard. This one was a little more intensive, so I wanted to make sure that we took it more
So we're
seriously.
gonna be replacing those older computers?
So those will be gone.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the financial. Questions? Or do you have any lead off on any of that stuff before we get into it?
I think the one thing I wanted to point out to the board, because we've been talking about this, in the, two things are gonna happen. We're going to get a posting of money that came out of a prior capital project, and I think I talked about it at the town meeting, and I don't remember if I had mentioned it at the previous village meeting, so I wanted to bring it up tonight. The auditors have a series of journal entries that they need to approve Because in a prior capital project, we did receive some monies, and what had ended up happening was, in a prior budget year, the finance director at that time had applied the money. It should have gone to the village water account and applied it to the town equipment account.
yeah.
So that money has to be obviously put in its rightful place, and so it will, and it will change the overall health of the water fund, which it didn't particularly need, but it's the appropriate thing to do, so.
Is it a significant amount of
It
dollars?
was over 200,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
So we will see that, and hopefully by the end of this month, it will be
Okay.
approved, so I can put it in, so you'll see it
Okay.
in our next budget status report. And then the other thing I just wanted to point out to you is on our septage for the year, we are already at 100% of our budget. And we have yet to even begin to get into the spring season where we're the busiest. And so
Yeah.
I think we're feeling fairly good that, as we talked about, trying to keep our rates down and potentially look at investments using ARPA and other funds. I think we're moving in the right direction as far as that goes with those two funds. So you'll see some substantial changes, hopefully in both, by the time we get together again in February.
Okay, moving on. Other questions?
I've got a few
Sure.
here that, and these, just kind of jot them down, that starting with the general fund.
Yep.
On the revenue side, we're running it at about 30, we're half of the year is up, and we're about 30% of the revenue from the police department.
Yeah,
Okay.
And my question is, what should we expect by year end? I mean, what's between you and the chief, what is your expectation? It's not to.
Well, my expectation is that we're going to, in case of revenue, unless there's an extraordinary circumstance, we're going to meet our revenue target. So we'll work on the specific areas that we're short, and I'll get back to you with some hopefully specific ideas as to how we can attain that.
yeah, I think we over speculate in that.
Yeah. I mean,
Sometimes we do, but I think there's still, like I said, I think there's still an opportunity, so I'll follow up
If
on
I may, just want to interject, what about the health officer reimbursement? When do we see that?
That was my next question.
Oh, sorry.
I had that, those same question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have not,
haven't
That
seen any yet.
usually happens right at the mid-year, right? Like.
So right around
December,
now,
Right around now,
Yeah.
right
yeah, I
around.
don't know exactly.
how that changes, I think maybe it's just simply by the finance director.
Right.
It's
Makes
just
sense. It's just
somebody has to make an entry.
Right,
Yeah.
internal entry.
I think it's just a journal entry, so
Yep.
I'll follow up on that as well. I don't think it's being held up because there was a whole host of entries that were sitting in front of the auditors. I don't believe that was one of them, but I'll double check.
Nothing, these are just minor points. The fire department, this is on page 4 of 7. The halfway down the list, which is the salary, the financial chief salary, call salary, et cetera. We're at 60% of the budget through 6 months. So that's a bit of a eye opener. And again, I think the question is the kind of the outlook for the year on that.
Yeah, we'll look at a forecast going forward on that.
Overall, the fire department at the end of 6 months is at 54% of but that salary account area is at 60.
Okay.
And the police account, we know that we're going to be running high on the salary area, but I take particular note this is at the bottom of 5.
Yeah.
It's called the FT clerk dispatch wages. We're at 133% of the budget. And then we also have this part-time clerk dispatch wages, which is a $5,000 item. So we're probably at 140% of the budget through 6 months. And I don't understand what.
We already talked about that because of the payout
Right.
on the last
The
dispatcher.
largest majority of that. is
Oh, I'm
because of the
sorry.
settlement.
Okay,
That was
Yeah.
like 45
Yes.
something.
that's how we.
Yes, 45.
Right, we had to put it in as
Yeah.
because
The
that's how. it's
payroll.
I
in the
apologize.
settlement,
That's,
so-
that's
I
absolutely
know,
right.
it's gonna be that way through the budget.
For the rest of
Right,
it, yeah,
yeah.
that's right. And that was the way, that was the way to handle it.
Yeah.
On the page 6, just to check, the police office expenses, kind of middle of the page. The dispatch line
Oh,
is, we're at 70%.
Okay.
And my question is, does that represent 3 payments? If it's just 2 payments, then of 4,
we just paid one, I think.
I think it reflects 3 or 4, but I will double check.
It's 3. But on the other hand, we also have overtime. Anytime the dispatcher's not in the office, they take the overage calls. That
but
happens all the time.
we tried to anticipate that in our budget.
I don't think so. I thought we just
Oh,
went up
yes, we did.
3% on the annual
I think we
contract.
did- I think we did make an effort to try to realign
Well,
that number, but I'll double check. the
Right, but
payments.
things changed. Again, the dispatcher who left caused more of that, so.
But I'll double check on the actual number.
Because that's a big number. That's
Yes.
a big number in the budget. And again, the total police department's at 55%. And that's concerning because, we're
We're at 50%.
we're at 50% of the year and, we're getting where we don't have full-time people, or at least on the budget. The benefits line is at 43%. So, being at 55% with our staffing is, again, is a concern for the year. As I said, when you look at the bottom line, the total expenditures were at 55%. And for 6 months. So hopefully, between the police chief and the fire chief, that's where the management has to come in here in terms of these lines. On the waterfront, again, I'm curious as to why on the first page, the Northwest Minister line continues to be 0. I'm sure like the rest of us, they're consuming water. We've gotten our bills, we're paying our bills, so it's hard to understand why.
I thought we got a payment. Yeah.
Well, they paid the prior year, but they've been billed again.
Oh, okay, that's
It
the
hasn't
problem.
been-
It's the
And don't-
prior year.
Don't confuse that with the sewer fund.
Right, I
We
know.
got payment on the sewer fund.
Right.
This is the water fund.
I'll follow up on that, right.
So that was.
Yeah, this is on the revenue, so.
The water company is always. And then the other question that we raised at the last one on the debt payment was that we were scheduled, it looked like we were going to be paying 181,000 of debt service, and we paid 262. So I'm curious as to what happened, because we had all that analysis done.
Yep.
The revenue items that were, interest forgiveness, et cetera, those have been 0. And we thought the offset was going to be the 180,000 of debt service, but did a bond all of a sudden come out of the blue?
So,
the sewer fund, you know, like you said, the septic is running ahead of schedule, and I guess you said it's practically at 100%.
Right.
The expenses, you know, are, and that includes obviously the RMI payments through December. We're at 63% for the year. So obviously, we need that septic income to, but we're over in most areas. And the wages account is at 58%. But anyway, 63% for 6 months, you know, is an issue.
I think you're concerned with the police department. If we have received 3 payments for dispatch and we received 45 for the settlement, that's 70 grand, which is 10% or 5% of the budget.
Yeah.
So we
Right, if that's third payment.
so we are at 50.
Yeah.
I'll double check that, but I think
That's true.
Other questions? No, okay, not hearing anything else.
I had one.
Go ahead.
I actually had 2. I had others, but some of them were just taken care
Okay, so what do you got?
of. I was just curious, under the general, very first page of the general budget.
Yeah.
I'm
The
sorry,
revenue?
Page 2,
Oh, page
under
2.
general, under the trustees.
Expenses, yeah, yeah, why? Why we're at 75%? Or not?
Well, yeah, but what's the expense where it says $800 is budgeted? That's just like,
Additional expenses like, cards, flowers,
oh, that we have,
lunches.
If you
yeah.
go to a convention, you know.
things like that, yeah,
Sure,
classes, yeah.
that's what I figured, I just wanted to. Okay.
Deb has kind of a slush fund.
This is, not- see, the 20, see how much you spent, sir, $25.
Oh, you're doing
Or is
good.
it 28?
$28.
28, the low
I
light.
can audit that $28 if you'd like me to. just to give you some detail.
No, I thought that's what it was for, but I never really,
Good God.
And the revenue one is down $800. Stefan agreed not to take any money.
I saw that. What
Yeah,
is
somebody
that?
didn't get their wages. So that's why it's 3/4 instead of 100%.
Can it all be the same?
Well,
Well, somebody's got to cash the check.
unless someone asked not to have theirs cut yet. So I don't, and I know that's not me because I'm on the next line.
You're on the next one.
Yeah,
My other question was, under the public safety building, police and fire,
where's that, page
page 4.
4, yeah.
So we've got repairs and maintenance, 83.72%.
Yeah.
The budgeted 40, and there's 33, and round numbers 33.5 left, spent.
Mhm.
I was just curious, is there anything that remains to be done with the remainder of that?
I don't
Is there
know.
anything we're sitting on that we haven't done yet?
Well, I think part of that reflects some of the repairs that we did after the electrical. We had the HVAC system hit by lightning back in July. And we did receive some reimbursement for that.
It was like a $20,000,
It's like a $20,000 number
Yeah.
for that.
and we got revenue on the first page. of the insurance side.
Mhm.
So it's sort of, when you, it's a
It
little
washes.
misleading.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's in there.
It's on the revenue side.
correct.
And
But the
here's the
expense item
expense.
is showing up in there. So
Right.
I think that's why you've seen that somewhat out of. And the only other thing that we have to do, Wade, just as, since you brought that up, is there is an issue in the records room in the basement. We've had mold in that
Yeah,
basement room that we've been working on.
they
trying
had a
to-
flood there some years, several
Yeah.
years ago. So,
In the BD, in the far corner of the basement. So we're working on doing it as a DIY project. We've got some sheet rock, and we're doing some things on our own to try to improve that basement area so that it's not so wet. So you'll see a little bit of expense for that, but that's the only other project right now that we're currently doing.
All I have,
you have anything else?
no,
Good. All right.
no.
All right. I have just a couple, and one was, well, that the previous finance director had said she was going to throw the insurance incentive into the health insurance line, and yet we're still booking the expenses in the insurance incentive. It comes out, but it looks awkward on each of the, doesn't matter what department it is, it's the same. Everywhere that has insurance incentive lines, it's got money, expense, it's expense too, but, and our budget is based upon the health insurance line, but, so maybe we'll just have to fix that for next year. The other thing is on the water fund, page 3 of 7. I don't know why we didn't budget any money for the Burt Lake Mill Street and the Pine Street projects, since we have money, since we spent money in there. It's not a lot, but we didn't, we budgeted for every other location except for that one, those two.
I
And
think when we did our budget, we still hadn't finalized and
Yeah.
accepted it, so I think that's why. Yeah,
And then page 4 of 7, the Mill Street sewer lineup is at 181% of the budget. We budgeted 15, we got 27. So I'm not sure why that's that much higher. Was there the project finish or?
most of that has to do with what Rob comes out and does true up with Walpole, because there is a portion of that that's chargeable to Walpole, so there's a portion. And it doesn't always come into the budget because it's, but I think that's what that offset is that additional that was budgeted, that was charged as capital back to Walpole.
Okay. And it doesn't go under the Walpole bond stuff.
It's a separate.
It's
because
separate.
If there's capital that impacts their utilization and usage, then we charge them a portion based on their flows.
Okay,
And I think that's where that came from specifically.
that's all I have. And except for, we're done with that. There are no other items on the agenda. Review agenda item for the next meeting, January 25th. I would assume we'll have some kind of schedule of what we want to do for a future hearing for the rental ordinance.
Yes,
What else would be on there? you think?
we're gonna start to develop a schedule so we can start talking about the ordinances and went to the ordinance committee.
Yeah.
We really haven't calendared that yet. We need to start to do that, so.
Yeah, so yeah, but then I'll
working on
have to also go through Ray too, right? So,
Yeah, so, and he was gone and now he's back.
I
He
know.
had surgery.
yeah, that's a lot of chapters.
Back in the action, so I saw him the other day, and mentioned that we gotta get together, so he's ready to roll,
Okay.
so.
So maybe some
I'll start
update
to
on
work
that.
on a calendar for that.
Also, when do we need to start looking at budget? End of the month or beginning of February?
I was hoping that we would start at least discussing the budget calendar in our first February meeting. And then
Okay.
start to actually look at specific budget meetings from that point on. so
Okay.
the second meeting.
So, starting with the first
All
February.
right, so I'll put together just a tentative calendar we can look at. for
Okay.
The next discussion.
I think basically don't we let the town get clear from the town meeting before we really?
We can't wait until after the first Tuesday of March to start budget meeting,
Why?
because we should be planning for that, because it has to be 45 days before, I think at least 45 days before the meeting, our annual meeting. And if we're going to have it, and because we're doing Australian ballot, if we're going to have an informational meeting, we need to schedule it, say, April or something.
Right. We'll
So,
look at the calendar so that we can start to mark out dates. and
so
then
we'll
we
just
can
be
talk
easing
about
our
it.
way into budget season.
Well, I'll be in Florida.
Well, make sure you get your
You
emails.
know what's beautiful, you know what's beautiful
I'll
about
zoom
Zoom?
in.
It goes all the way to Florida.
Yeah, it does. You can do it right there. Yeah.
I'll zoom in, yeah. No, I will.
As you sit there and enjoy yourself in warm weather.
With a cocktail.
Yeah, with a,
Yeah.
with a lovely cocktail in the warm weather. yeah.
I certainly would be if I.
And so of course, if anyone has any items, send to me or to Scott, if you want for the next meeting, it's just January 25th. Agenda item for the joint board meeting, which is in March. We'll also obviously have something scheduled there, plus other things that might need to come up.
The ARPA.
We're gonna have the ARPA.
Yeah, the ARPA process,
We're gonna
yeah.
have our first cut at our delinquent tax.
Yeah.
Collection.
Because
So
after February,
our
right?
notices have been sent out to everybody to check their eligibility, so.
Yeah.
This is their sort of last chance before we start the real process, so.
Right. Let's see, review orders, bills and warrants. I don't think we've all had a chance to review them. Need a motion
Motion to approve the orders, bills, and warrants.
and a second.
Second.
All right, any discussion? None. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Next, any other business? Scott,
No. So,
Wade,
I have nothing.
Jigs,
Get your shots.
Four-
Get the shots.
14th is a
On Friday, the 14th, is a clinic at the fire station, so take
3:30.
advantage of it
3:30, 5:30.
and get those little kitties vaccinated.
I have nothing. Stefan
I'll set that.
and Jeff.
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. No need for executive session this evening. Motion to adjourn. Is needed.
So
All
move.
right, and a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you and good night.
Recording.